Ano lot of people should be looked into and receive assistance. So I said to study and has to be able to produce the money. Sunny is doing his best. And I said, ang ano lang is we can still borrow. But pag wala na, then we start to kung ano yung mga bagay-bagay natin. Kaya nga meron kang ano dyan, save for the rainy day. And everything is almost gone. And there is nowhere a source that you can find. You can only start selling the property. Yung sino yung makabili ng cultural center para palasyo yan. Pwede mo gawin palasyo na dyan sa Trono. And marami yan. The whole of Biwi Boulevard, marami tayong lupa yan. And itong the peripheral man around PICC, pati yung cultural center. Pero yan ang sinasabi ko. Ang problema is wala pang vaccine. It should be the number one cure actually. But there's a glimmer of hope dito sa mga medisinang nagawa ng and you are still far away from your home kasi hindi naman ibinigay, you are not delivered or conveyed hanggang maglanap. So ito na yung magawa ko din alam. If you are there about kilometer away, sa malayo ka, at may makita ka ng pulis, parahin mo, tumingit ka sa gitna, at sabihin mo sa pulis, magbatig niya. So, the PNP is put on notice that kung yung mga ganon, hindi naman standard. There are a few public motor vehicles running at saka yung may mga franchises, most of them or have taken off for education. So, the police should come in. Yung mga health workers, guardman yan, na naglaklakad, tanungin ninyo kung paano sa kalayo, at pasakayin ninyo. Give them a lift and deliver them to galing terminal. Hindi naman deliver yung tao por tao sa bahay. Bababa sa terminal. And if you feel that you have to walk, you have to walk. And if you feel tired or just want to go easy, you flag down any police. And my order is this. Give them a lift. Tumulong kayo sa kapatao. These guys are important in our fight because without them, all is lost. So again, I ask for everyone's cooperation. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
So coming out of the classroom, you can see the switch on the wall here. This switch also can link to your smartphone.
specialito na noon pa, sinabi namin yung national ID makatulong. Ang problema dito, ang proponent na ayaw o the proponent of don't. So dito po ngayon, wala tayong ID system until now. Kung may ID system lang tayo, we could have iwasan natin itong mga to. Because all we have to ang kailangan lang namin, tanungin lang ninyo yung DILG, ilang tao yung barangay na yan, then ipadala lang ninyo pagkain at kunin na lang ninyo sa tindahan ninyo or export or point, whatever it is, ipagkita mo yung plant mo, ibigay mo. Ngayon, ayaw ninyo, yung iba ayaw makapagkita. You are not hindi ka nakatira sa barangay na ito o kung nakatira kaya nag-dependo ang mga barangay pati yung DILG kung wala kayo kagitaan dyan hindi kayo dyan hindi nakataraanan yan kayong magturo sa gobyerno kasi ginawa namin ang nasuon pa gusto nga namin may ID naniwala naman kayo sa mga komunista ayun sige doon kayo maniwala may eleksyon na dadating doon kayo kasi mahaba pa to yan ang problem so inaayos namin gusto ko lahat nagdiyan ayaw kong may mamatay ng isang Pilipino ng gutom kaya may another survey tayo madalian ang dapat ng barangay captain inyong duty and the mayor to determine sino yung hindi nasali sa listahan at mabigyan kaagad you know may kumilang sa listahan kayong mga blind voters noon saan kayo nagboto ayan hindi namin malaman ngayon kung to come until we can all have a vaccine that will protect us.
Heartening news that across the country upload a picture. The rate of hospitalizations is down, and the pace of new cases is slow.
The models do show that we are very close to the peak.
Good health officials say social distancing is working in places such as Louisiana. But the risk of running out of hospital beds now
Are waiting for the next wave to see if our numbers are going down.
some areas still struggle with increasing infection rates. Earlier today, to take. Weeks passed until March 16th, when the president called on Americans to stop the spread.
It is what it is. We are where we are right now.
Today, Dr. Anthony Fauci acknowledged that earlier action could have been beneficial.
You could logically say that if you had a process that was ongoing and you started mitigation earlier, you could have saved lives. Obviously, no one is going to deny that.
And Kelly, Dr. Fauci talked today about the pushback against shutting things down.
And so he said that complicated things because there was so much pressure and high stakes about shutting down the economy back at that time, making the decision more complicated. That pressure is back again to restart the economy. Tonight, the president responded to his critics, attacking Democrats and the media, claiming they did not take the virus seriously enough in those early days. The White House saying the president should carry that. Okay?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Thank you. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is out of the hospital tonight after his battle with coronavirus. He'll be taking more time off to recover after spending 3 nights in a London hospital's intensive care unit. 65-year-old leader thanked healthcare workers for their courage, devotion, and for saving his life. We have breaking news on another front tonight. Dangerous storms are battering the south. Reported tornadoes have already hit in Louisiana and Texas, and millions more in the region are on alert for more. Morgan Chesky has the very latest. That storm is coming down hard. I'm your shelter every time it storms. Man, look at this. Tonight, fast-moving spring storms lashing the south, dumping hail, flash floods, and multiple reported tornadoes.
I mean, look at here, y'all. Look at these houses.
Into Social Parish, Louisiana, where we're landing in just in time.
Yeah, I can hear the tornado making rumbling noise. So I went in the bathroom. I just got a conspiracy theory my practice.
From Texas to Florida, the massive system puts 58 million people at risk, with the potential for overnight tornadoes, hail, and damaging winds. The governor of Alabama pausing coronavirus stay-at-home orders, writing, any provision of the COVID-19 orders is suspended. Shelters and community safe rooms should remain open and accessible to all individuals seeking refuge.
A lot of things that have put life into perspective recently with the pandemic, and of course now this.
A test of toughness with more storms on the way. Morgan Chestnut, ABC News. In communities across the country and cities all over the world, Easter Sunday services and family traditions meant finding meaning at home this year and connecting in ways they never have before. Very Sanders explains. From a sunrise service in Larchmont, New York, streamed online to the front lines at Memorial Hospital in Broward County, Florida. And Pastor Joel Olstein's megachurch with his choir digitally united to small churches and the most ornate cathedrals in our nation. Easter, the most holy day on the Christian calendar, celebrated today around the world in most cases to empty pews. The congregations instead connected like never before. The Pope, who was usually before crowds of tens of thousands in St. Peter's Square, instead delivered his message over the internet to the world's 1.2 billion Catholics. NBC's Matt Bradley. It might be the first time in history that St. Peter's Square is empty on Easter. But Pope Francis sees some optimism here. He's hoping to see a contagion of hope, a pandemic of prayer. In Washington, at the National Cathedral, ordained church leaders today taking measured steps, 6 feet apart, from drive-in services to rooftops in Rome. Christians reminded this Easter to believe in a higher power.
I don't think it's ever a question of what God is doing to us. I think it's more a question of how are we responding to what's happening.
But today in central Louisiana and Orlando, some churches defied health officials' warning with in-person services. This pandemic changing so much, including the traditional Easter Sunday family supper. In Atlanta, the Southern Bistro restaurant added a table with some lamb dinners to go. But as Americans adjust to gather, there are moments of much-needed comic relief.
Unmute yourself.
Easter, online. Terry Sanders, NBC News. When we come back, the game-changing test that could be key to helping get the country opened again. And throughout the show, we're celebrating moments that bring us together. This one from the choir at South Main Baptist Church in Houston today, singing virtually.
Travel from LA to New York. A plane is going to get you there a lot faster than a car or a bike ever will, right? And if you're trying to get in shape and you're trying to build muscle and burn fat, a fast metabolism.
As we head into another week, there are renewed calls for more access to testing and one type of test in particular. It's a blood test that can detect antibodies against coronavirus. It's not widely available yet, but it is a way to see which people had the virus and recover. Kate Snow is working from home and has this report.
In New York today, Governor Andrew Cuomo issued an executive order to increase access to a blood test developed by a New York lab that looks for antibodies to the coronavirus.
We're going to expand the number of people who are eligible to do the antibody test.
The hope they'll show who's had the coronavirus and therefore may have immunity. Dr. Anthony Fauci says more antibody tests will roll out in the next week or two.
That is part of things, the kind that you might need to come back and make a gradual return to normality. What we don't know is we don't know how long that protection would last.
Across the country, dozens of labs are scrambling to make those tests. Dr. Ida Bergstrom was able to buy rapid tests for her practice in Washington, D.C., with a line indicating the presence of antibodies.
This is all we have, and it's certainly not perfect, but it's a lot better than the information we had over a week ago.
This weekend, USC researchers began a public health study using rapid tests donated by a Minnesota lab. They plan to assess how many with calls from people wanting to participate.
My email is filled with hundreds and hundreds of emails that come from different participating in the study.
The FDA commissioner said he's concerned some antibody tests already on the market may not be precise or accurate.
No test is 100% perfect, but what we don't want is an accurate test, because as I said before, that's going to be much worse having a wildly accurate test than having no test.
When it comes to diagnostic tests, those nose swabs to see if someone has the active virus, nearly 2.7 million Americans have now been tested, but that's less than 1% of the overall U.S. population, and access to those tests varies.
I'm getting tested today.
When my husband, who's been symptomatic for a few days, finally got days for an appointment. Like so many in the country, he's now going to have to wait 3 or 4 days to get those test results for the diagnostic test, Jose.
And Kate, how is your husband feeling? How are you and the family doing?
He's feeling much better. I have to say it was a week where he was really quite sick, and I really want to thank our viewers, Jose, for reaching out with thoughts and prayers. It meant a lot.
Kate, so great seeing you. Kate Snow reporting tonight from home. Thanks. Still ahead, secrets to saving. How one simple phone call could save you hundreds of dollars a month during this crisis. And this moment unites us. A tribute to the healthcare heroes in one New York City hospital.
A fire station is a lot like a home. Everything has to run smoothly and be spotless, and that can be a tough job. That's why we count on the strength of the Tiger.
Royale Tiger Towel is strong.
Real strong.
Evil and women do
need time to get through, and kindness.
Thank you very much. If there's somebody who is honest and friendly and helpful, then they'll go out of their way to dig through and find especially good discounts for you.
And I want to thank you again. I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. And it's not just credit cards. Banks are also providing relief on mortgage payments, and it won't impact your credit score. The key is you've got to call the bank. It's not automatic. Jose?
Stephanie Rule, thank you very much.
More Americans watch NBC news organization in the world.
I want to use my artificial intelligence to help humans live a better life.
Data science is revolutionizing.
This Sunday, flattening the curve.
We know now for sure that the mitigation that we have been doing is having a positive effect.
Good news as new cases are easing.
Through the last few days, we've been able to take our first breath.
But the death toll still rising.
Bad news isn't just bad. The bad news is actually terrible.
It's almost unfathomable, folks, when you think about that.
With millions moving unemployed, President Trump wants to reopen the economy quickly.
Hopefully we're going to be opening up very, 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 very soon, I hope.
How can we do that without adequate testing?
Still are missing widespread testing that's needed for us to understand exactly where we are on the curve.
And what metric would the president use?
The metrics right here. That's my metrics. That's all I can do.
Also, the devastating effect on people of color.
COVID-19 is the perfect storm for our Black and Brown communities, which are mostly low income.
My guest this morning, FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn, Dr. David Navarro of the World Health Organization, former FDA Commissioner Mark McClellan, and pulmonologist Vin Gupta from the University of Washington. Also, Bernie bows out.
While this pandemic is coming to an end, our movement will not.
Can Joe Biden do what Hillary Clinton could not? Win over Sanders supporters. Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News White House correspondent Kristen Welker, author and historian John Meacham, Yamiche Alcindor, White House correspondent for PBS NewsHour, and Lonnie Chen, fellow at the Hoover Institute. Welcome to Sunday and a special edition of Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning, and a happy Easter, and a happy Passover. It's hard to talk about good news when more than 2,000 people are dying on a daily basis in this country. We did see some reason for optimism, very cautious optimism. As of this morning, there have been more than 500,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the United States, and more than 20,000 deaths. Both numbers, sadly, now leave the world. But the curve appears to be flat. The pace of new cases has slowed, and the rate of hospitalizations is down, all suggesting that eventually the rate of death will also slow. The New York Times has a deeply reported story that for weeks President Trump ignored repeated warnings from White House and other government officials, partly out of fear of hurting the economy, partly because perhaps refusing to accept what he was hearing. With nearly 17 million Americans filing new unemployment claims in the last 3 weeks, the president is eager to open the country again for business by May 1st. Getting back to normal depends on 2 big ifs. One is if we continue social distancing, which clearly is working, and if we are able to institute large-scale testing to see who has the disease, who's recovered, and who contact tracing. Maybe it's appropriate to wrap up the past week with a quote from Winston Churchill. After British forces finally routed the Germans in Egypt in World War II, Churchill told his people, "Now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning."
I want to get it open as soon as we can. We have to get our country open.
As the president signals he wants the economy to reopen as soon as May 1st,
The metrics right here. That's my metric.
many governors who will actually make the decisions on whether to ease restrictions warn widespread testing needs to be a condition.
We need an unprecedented mobilization where government can produce these tests in the millions.
To go to win against this virus is to be able to do as much testing as possible. We don't have the amount of testing that we do.
This is something we have more tests than anybody in the world.
But the reality is those testing capacity has improved. The U.S. trails Germany, Italy, Canada, health or with federal help. The president does not accept any responsibility.
And we've taken testing from a broken system that I inherited, having the best tests.
In fact, the faulty test was created this winter by the CDC.
We found that in some of the states it didn't work.
The FDA also became a roadblock, with regulatory barriers to private and public health labs conducting tests. And the government did not provide labs enough testing supply.
We are particularly short on the best way to test for the virus.
Without a vaccine or treatment, public health officials say widespread diagnostic testing, as well as antibody testing, to determine if someone has had the virus and might have some immunity, are required.
Still don't have good testing in place. We still are missing the widespread testing that's needed for us to understand exactly where we are on this curve.
An HHS and EHS projection leaked to the New York Times concludes if stay-at-home guidance is lifted at the end of April, the death toll could be as high as 200,000.
The one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to get out there prematurely and then wind up right back in the same situation.
And as public approval of the president's handling of the crisis begins to slip, he continues to look for targets to blame.
China has been unbelievably taken advantage of us. The world, WHO, World Health got it wrong. They got it very wrong. In many ways they were wrong.
And joining me now is the Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, Dr. Stephen Hahn. Dr. Hahn, welcome to Meet the Press. Happy Easter, and I want to start simply with this. The President would like to lift social distancing guidelines on May 1st. Is that timeline at all realistic in the next 3 weeks?
Well, thank you, Chuck, for having me on the show. Really do appreciate it. I think, obviously, everyone to get back to work. I've been hearing that from friends and colleagues around the country. Certainly, there are urgent economic reasons for that. However, I think the task force, the president, the vice president, all the doctors on the task force are really looking at this from a balanced approach. The primary issue here is the safety and the welfare of the American people. That has to come first. That has to be our first consideration. And I think we've seen the mitigation efforts working. We have really good signs of that now, which I think just is such a great, speaks to the resiliency of the American people. But that has to be balanced with all the other issues that have to be taken into account as we move forward with a plan for getting Americans back to work and out to their lives.
If you're driving towards a cliff, you know if you drive over it, you're going to fall. And AI doesn't know that. It actually has to experience falling off this cliff.
Their lives. Seems like the biggest impediment has been the testing issue. Diagnostic, in particular, we still haven't been able to test 1% of the population. We're still only testing those, it appears, with the most severe symptoms. We don't seem to know. Obviously, I know you guys are excited about an antibody test that may be coming out soon. What's realistic? When are we going to have the ability to test, as Governor Cuomo said, 30 million? He needs 30 million tests to feel comfortable lifting guidelines.
Well, Chuck, testing is one component of the response to the outbreak, in addition to the mitigation efforts. And you're right, the testing is both diagnostic, which we're working with developers every day. FDA is working with developers, innovators around the country to try to ramp up further testing. I think it's important for the American people to remember we have multiple systems around the country that use different platforms and different types of tests. What we're trying to do at this point is to actually increase some of those platforms that don't have a lot of utilization right now. Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci have spoken from the podium about that. So all hands on deck to try to get more diagnostic tests in. And we're seeing more people come forward with very novel approaches to getting more tests. So that is one component.
You know, with all due respect, Dr. Hahn, but can I pause you there? With all due respect, we're in April. It seems as if the testing problem has been over 2 months now, and we're still looking for innovation here. What went wrong? Why are we so? Other countries are testing at a higher rate. What went wrong? I know we initially blew it with the CDC. Is this the delay? I mean, the delay that you were able with lifting regulations, is that the reason we're in this situation?
I think there's going to be plenty of time to look back on this, and I think that's going to be really important. What I can tell you at FDA is we started working with test developers on January 22nd. It's really important to remember that these tests have to be valid and accurate and reliable. So the has to be the right science. In other countries where the tests haven't been accurate. In many ways, an accurate test is worse than what you have to
Did you ever exercises that the government were using the pandemic exercise was taking place?
No, I wasn't. I was confirmed in December and started in late
Do you feel as if, in hindsight, did you have enough people around you that had gone through this? I want to read this. Eventually you want to look backwards, but right now you don't. Very detailed here, I don't know if you were on every year made a tabletop at the outset of the we have systematically addressed all of these and had a plan that would work, that had worked at Hong Kong, Singapore. We have spent 15 years of institutional learning out the window and are making decisions based on intuition. Do you feel like we have enough institutional knowledge to deal with this pandemic?
I'm not aware of that email. What I can tell you is I do feel that we should surround by experts, particularly FDA. We have a lot of scientific and clinical experts who know a lot about testing. So I do feel that there has been the appropriate expertise to help us get the test, at least initially where we have responded to the situation in terms of regulatory approach based upon that. Have you felt political pressure from there's a lot of White House, the president himself didn't like the sounding of alarms that was taking place about the virus over the last 6 weeks. Have you felt that pressure? Chuck, I have not felt political pressure. I have not exerted political pressure on FDA. Where we do feel pressure is on the urgency of the situation. I pointed that out earlier in this conversation, and I think that's right. This is a rapidly moving, it's a novel coronavirus, and we have had to respond to that as information has come into us. So there is an urgency around this, but I have not received political pressure to have FDA make that decision.
I know you are going to be approving some antibody tests here. There's been some reports out of South Korea that they're some of these antibody tests aren't working. Some people think that they thought were antibodies, and then they end up getting the virus. Not symptomatic the first time, but symptomatic the second time. I know we keep learning more about this virus. Are you concerned these antibody tests that work?
Well, I am concerned that some of the antibody tests that are on the market that haven't gone through the FDA scientific review may not be as accurate as we'd like them to be. We've authorized one antibody test already, and I can assure the American people that what we're doing is using data and science to look at those tests to make sure that they're valid, they're accurate, and they're reproducible. We know, Chuck, that no test is 100% perfect, but what we don't want are wildly inaccurate tests, because as I said before, that's going to be much worse having a wildly inaccurate test than having no test.
I want to go back to reopening, and I know that you guys, the medical experts in the task force, are being confronted by the economic folks, and I get that. What do you feel has been the balance between economic pressure and medical advice on the task force?
I think we've had a really good and vigorous debate. Since I've been on the task force, all the doctors are very free to express their opinions. Debate issues, we change issues, we all bring information to the table. One thing, Chuck, that's been really helpful is in interactions with people on the front lines. I counsel colleagues on the front lines all the time. Bringing that information back to the task force and then discussing what's happening on the front lines, but also the data associated with infections, other things, has been very helpful to provide the most up-to-date and accurate medical input into this. And we, the Vice President and the President, have all input into this because, as I said, the primacy here is the safety and the welfare of the American people.
May 1st, is that a realistic date or not, or should Americans plan for a lot longer than May 1st?
We're looking at May 1st. Obviously, we want that to happen as soon as possible. I can't predict at this point because, as I said, things are happening very rapidly. But this team of doctors and professionals, all of government approach, they're focused at looking at the earliest possible time that we can get Americans back to work safely. Give Americans the confidence they need to make sure they can do the rest of the business.
Sounds like May 1st is more aspirational.
That would be great for the
a Zoom event.
Yes, Chuck, it certainly will be. Thank you very much for having me.
President Trump had some harsh words for the World Health Organization this past week. In addition to accusing it of not being aggressive enough in responding to the virus, Mr. Trump is threatening to cut off U.S. funding to the organization. Well, joining me now is Dr. David Nabarro. He's the WHO Special Envoy for the coronavirus. Dr. Nabarro, welcome to Meet the Press. Happy Easter to you. Let me just start with a basic question that we've all become familiar with in this country, which is flattening the curve. We're trying to flatten the curve in America. Where are we on the world's curve? Have we begun to flatten the curve globally?
Well, certainly when we look at Europe and the US, there are signs of flattening the curve, but the virus is still present in other parts of the world. However, very rapid action in many countries, particularly through introducing physical distancing and lockdowns, but it's not advancing quite as fast as we feared in some parts of the world. We're still very worried, and so we're still very much on high alert and trying to support the countries that have got weaker health systems to really be able to get on top of things as best they can.
What are you learning about the virus in the southern hemisphere that will give us clues about what our fall is going to look like, our September, October, November? How likely are we here in the United States and in Europe are going to get a second wallop from this virus based on what you've learned in the southern hemisphere?
We're not so sure that it will come in waves in the way that influenza does. We think it's going to be a virus, the human race, for quite some time to come until we can all have a vaccine that will protect us, and that there will be small outbreaks that will emerge sporadically, and they will break through our defenses. So the key to this particular virus is that every community, as a kind of defensive shield, can pick up cases as soon as they appear, isolate them, and stop outbreaks from developing. It's going to be necessary for every single country to have that capacity, and so we're actually encouraging countries to put that in place now, and that will facilitate releasing lockdown and prevent further massive outbreaks.
How would you assess the global the American president, Donald Trump, our president here, does not believe the WHO has acted on the up and up, in particular when it comes to interpreting data or dealing with China. Address that critique.
Thanks very much. The World Health Organization actually works on behalf of all the governments in the world, and it operates within mandates that are given to it, and we have to rely on information that's received from different governments, and that then permits us to work out what's going on. We believe that we've had the best information coming to us that can come under the current circumstances that all recommendations and decisions will be made on behalf of that. But we know that there will be many things that are found to perhaps not been done as well as they could have been done, and we're anticipating there'll be lots of examinations afterwards. Right now, we have to move forward. We have to get the best possible preparation. WHO, and we hope all leaders will continue to work with us in that way.
You used an interesting phrase here. The best information we can get under current circumstances. That seems to be a hint that certain governments are more transparent than other governments did in their country. Number one, and number two, if they haven't been honest about that, I'm confident they've been honest about the science.
So we do have to work with the information we get. We don't have in the world made clear in the treaty that was approved in 2005 on how WHO operates. But I think there's the same thing in conflict to putting together by the World Health Organization. There were no restrictions on what that team investigated. It included American experts, delegated representatives as well. So we are trying to make it clear to everybody that we have been given access to the information we requested. And so therefore I don't trying to say we don't believe. We believe what we've got, we work with what we've got, that's how we operate in the World Health Organization.
President Trump has talked about withholding funding to the WHO. I believe the United States is anywhere approximately 15 to 20% of your annual budget. How devastating would it be if the United States pulled its funding?
Well, you know, we're right in the middle of a massive epic struggle. Every single human being in the world is affected by it. Businesses are really in trouble. Communities are in distress. I really do hope that all nations will not find any reason to make threats or other such things that will undermine our capacity to bring together all the best knowledge that we can find. And of course, we love our partnership with the United States. We've worked with United States scientists for years. I personally have huge respect for what you bring and what you offer. And it would be so important if anything happened to lessen that cooperation. I know that Ted Ross is doing general discussions with the President of the US, and we really got when something when we hear from the President, respect for the WHO, we take that with our own. It's too important to have anything that disturbs the functioning of the international system at this time.
Dr. David Bonner, a special envoy for the WHO on this coronavirus. Thank you for coming on. You can't open the country back up until we get this testing out of the active store. Why are we? And as a good question, I want to show you some uplifting moments. You're going to give it away with this on a battle. Being cheered by healthcare workers and you. Real hospitals, really out there. We are back. Said to you, oh, I want to open my May 1st. What is everything that would have to happen in the next 3 weeks for us to reopen America in some form on May 1st?
Doc, it's about making sure that when we reopen, we don't go back to the beginning. We should be moving into the next phase of managing this pandemic, and to do that, several things need to be in place. Number one, we need to make sure we
Mark McClellan, right now, is that at all realistic for a May 1st opening right now?
The number of tests available is up. The FDA has approved a number of new platforms. There's some more innovative ones coming that can be potentially administered by people themselves, maybe even done at home. So the capacity is getting here. The hard parts are also making sure that we can get that capacity locally where it's needed. So states, local governments are going to have to take steps like they've done to try to beef up their hospital capacity, and the federal government needs to support them by making sure there's situational awareness of all of these tests that can be connected locally, and also make sure that we have enough of the supplies that go along with the tests so that there aren't delays that make swabs unavailable or personal protection for the person.
Well, actually, Mark McClellan, the other guest that I have on with you, Dr. Ben Gupta, he's been harping on that issue all week. It's like the testing capacity has been held back by the issue of swabs. But Dr. Gupta, let me ask you this. In Washington State, you're one of the first places to deal with this, one of the first places to flatten the curve, one of the first places to get control of this. How would Washington State open up on May 1st?
Thanks, Chuck.
that's where we need to have the humility of the country to look at great examples like private sector innovation, like what Singapore is doing. They're actually using GPS modeling and an app-based technology to facilitate contact tracing. We need to give our public health department a lift. We need an all-hands approach, but we need specificity here. We know what the problem is. We've diagnosed it. We need contact tracing. We need testing at scale. But let's get specific on what the approaches will be now, so that we can have an incremental return to work strategy. And it's going to be
all right, Dr. Mark McClellan from the medical University of Washington. Thank you both for sharing your expertise this morning. Testing. When we come back, the President Trump's daily news conference.
Yamiche, it does seem to me, if you want to read between the lines with Dr. Hahn, with me, with other comments that are out there over the last 2 days, it feels like the task force is trying to rein the president in from his May 1st promise.
Well, the president has continuously had to be signaled to be reined in by his health officials. From the very beginning of this, he got early warning signs that this was going to be really bad and that he needed to prepare the American people for large disruptions in their daily lives, and he didn't want to do that. And in fact, he, of course, was downplaying the virus for a long time. So I think when we look at this May 1st date, he has not wanted to say at those briefings, I want to open up the government by May 1st, and that's because he wanted to have the government open today on Easter Sunday. He wanted to pass the bill, and instead he was giving messages that he now wants pastors not to do that. So I think what the president's up against is the fact that he's really eager to try to start getting the economy back to the least Easter ties to his re-election campaign. But I think it's one of those things where you can see the president saying, I'm going to go with my instincts and the health experts, while Dr. Fauci saying, we're going to make a collective decision. And President Trump saying, actually, no, this is the biggest decision of my life, and I'm going to make it.
John Meacham, the president personalizing that, I thought that was interesting. Look, he's not wrong. This decision, if he makes it too soon, would be probably the most consequential of his presidency, and it wouldn't, and perhaps could go consequential in a really bad way if he's wrong.
Absolutely, and it's in keeping with his monarchical tendencies here. I think the reason really infamous for the he is constantly selling his own reaction to the crisis in the face of facts. And I think that ultimately what you're seeing with the numbers is Americans at some intuitive level understanding that the president is selling them, he's not protecting them. And I think that one of the things he's got to figure out politically is this is a virus. The virus can't be bullied. It can't be dismissed. And, you know, this 75 years ago today, Franklin Roosevelt died. And one of his watchwords in the Second World War was, the American people can handle bad news, but you have to give it to them straight from the shoulder. And the news is going to get worse and worse before it gets better and better. But if you level with people, they will respond.
Right. Or very quickly.
Very quickly, Chuck, worth pointing out, Commissioner Hahn said to you, we are looking at reopening the economy on May 1st. A senior administration official said to me, we are planning to open the economy on May 1st. I think that President Trump, unlike his aspirational goal of Easter, is very serious about this. He is appointing another task force who's going to announce the specific details this coming week. The question is, will he listen to the experts if they say he can't do it? One official telling me, look, they are going to do this in tranches. This is not going to be like flipping a switch on a light bulb. It's going to be like turning up a thermostat.
Just wonder, do they avoid a red-blue response by governors if we go in that direction, which I think is the fear a lot of scientists have in all of this. All right, guys, I'm going to pause here. Our tech challenges continuing, but we're dealing with them. When we come back, African Americans are being hit particularly hard by the coronavirus. There are many reasons why. First, the night shift nurses at North Hospital in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome back, Data Download Time. This week we saw a sobering pattern emerge among COVID-19 cases and deaths. A disproportionately high number among African Americans and other minorities. The CDC has found that 33% of hospitalized COVID-19 cases are people who are African American, even though that racial group only makes up 13% of the country's overall population. To be clear, public health experts say there isn't any genetic predisposition among African Americans that makes them more at risk to severe cases of the coronavirus. So what's driving those numbers? Some of it, among the top counties for number of cases, are some of the nation's largest cities, places that are more racially and ethnically diverse than the nation overall. And those cities
counties account for 27% of the COVID-19 cases nationwide. There is also a mix of economic and health factors that make the virus particularly dangerous for many minority groups. Among non-elderly Americans, the Kaiser Family Foundation finds that 11% of African Americans lack health insurance, 19% of Hispanics are uninsured, and as many as 22% of Native Americans, all higher than the national average. And a lack of health insurance is due to doctors and officers who are more underlying health conditions, specifically those with COVID-19 hospitalization. African Americans and Native Americans have higher rates of asthma than white Americans with chronic conditions, higher rates of diabetes with only white Americans with kidney. And while obesity is a problem for Americans of all racial and ethnic groups, it is much higher among minorities, especially Native Americans. There has always been inequality in this country when it comes to access to health care. The pandemic is shining a light on that issue. No other time in our history. Even after the virus is under control, those issues will remain, unless perhaps this makes lawmakers finally tackle. When we come back, it's settled. Bernie Sanders is out. What's not settled? Can Joe Biden win over Sanders supporters? Don't worry, folks. Stay with us. And we are back. There was some political development this week, and Bernie Sanders officially dropping out of the presidential campaign. And John Meacham, we had the chaos of the Wisconsin primary, and I say chaos, I'll put up some clips here. The decision to hold that primary, they had problems with their absentee ballot situation, they were long away, there was a pandemic, now the state is going to do contact tracing on new coronavirus cases, how much of a debacle that might have been for our health. But what is the more significant development of the week in this campaign? Wisconsin showing how hard it is to hold an actual election during a pandemic, or Sanders finally bowing out?
I think that the Wisconsin drama is iceberg warning for the election in November, and we have to focus very strongly on this. It's a fundamental voting rights question. Vote by mail, which the president has attacked, has been proven to be quite successful and secure, and I think that all of us have to be vigilant, Republican, Democrat, red, blue, liberal, conservative. The suffrage, the right to vote, people have died to secure that for us, and we can't let it slip away in the midst of this both health crisis and the ensuing economic chaos.
Christian Welker, where has the president gotten it in his head that vote by mail is a bad thing for the Republicans? I mean, we know of reports in Florida. Florida Republicans are panicked by the president's trashing of vote by mail because it's an important part of their get out the vote strategy.
Right, and a lot of swing states have vote by mail, Chuck. It's also, to some extent, hypocritical because he has voted by mail in Florida. And so he was at the podium, though, lashing out and trying to make the case that, look, if we consider this seriously for a general election, that ultimately you would have cases of voter fraud. But this is not unlike what we heard from him in the wake of 2016. So he's almost girding his supporters and his base for what could become a key talking point if this is something that moves forward seriously.
Yamiche Alcindor, on the issue of Sanders dropping out, I want to put up a little chart we've noted of all the ways that Joe Biden has shifted to the left, both in trying to appease Elizabeth Warren and trying to appease Bernie Sanders. He's done so lowering Medicare eligibility age to 60. He's now in favor of that. A Sanders proposal forgiving some tuition-related student debt, increasing bankruptcy protections. Yamiche, is this it for Biden's courtship of the progressive movement, or should we expect him to continue moving left, which is a bit unusual once you won a nomination? Usually on either party, you usually move to the center, but Trump 4 years ago went right, and it looks like Biden, is he going to keep going left?
It seems like Biden is going to at least be pressured to keep going left because you have Bernie Sanders and the movement that he's made. He's really had that impact on the Democratic Party. So people expect Joe Biden to carry carry some of that progressive flag so that he can attract supporters of Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders, when he was dropping out this week, was already calling out in a way that he didn't in 2016 immediately after he dropped out to tell his supporters, look, we need to get behind Joe Biden and we need to get behind him fast. So Joe Biden, in order to do that, is likely going to have to maybe pick up some more policies from Bernie Sanders. And quickly on data download, I just think when we think about Bernie Sanders' campaign, one of the main reasons why he lost this time was the same reason why he lost in 2016, and that was inability to get support from African Americans. When we look at the disparities when it comes to the virus, that's about systemic racism, food deserts, and the conditions that African Americans have had to live in this country that is largely still segregated.
And something you wonder if the timing of Sanders, somebody said if this pandemic happened a year ago, Bernie Sanders might be the Democratic nominee today. Lonnie Chen, the president has offered mixed messages when it comes to Bernie Sanders. On one hand, he wants the Sanders supporters to vote for him. On the other hand, other members of the Republican Party want to run against Biden as a Sanders socialist wannabe. Is the president hurting the ability of the party to go after Biden from the center?
I don't know that he is. I mean, look, I think the president always set this up as this sort of capitalism versus socialism kind of contest. So he's going to fit Joe Biden into that box regardless of what the policy is. You know, this is why this notion that Biden is going to try and move farther to the left, I just don't see why he would want to do that, because at the end of the day, the key animating factor for Democrats, whether they're progressives to the far left or in the center, is a desire to beat Donald Trump. So going even farther to the left, to me, doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. In terms of for the Republicans, I think that the toughest thing is going to be if Biden continues to hew to a relatively more centrist agenda. It is going to be difficult to put him into the socialist box, obviously the same way it would have been to put Bernie Sanders there. So the president is going to keep trying to run this frame. I think as long as Joe Biden remains not too far to the left, as long as he doesn't go too far to the left, I think that's going to be a little more challenging as we look toward the fall.
All right, I'm going to have to leave the panel there. I hope all of you have a happy Easter. Those of you celebrating Passover as well, have a happy Passover. I know it's tough to do this from a distance, but we all are living to this challenge right now. That's all we have for today. Thank you for watching. Again, stay safe out there. We'll be back next week because Sunday is
frequency of international concern over the global outbreak of novel coronavirus.
Does Canada have things which will help you sanitize? They're flying off the shelf.
Breaking news tonight, the number of coronavirus cases in the U.S. nearly doubled.
As new cases spread nationwide, health officials are warning all Americans to be prepared.
You have to start taking seriously what you can do now. Bottom line, it's going to get worse. We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. John Torres in New York. This is an NBC News Now special report, Coronavirus Crisis, your questions answered, and that's exactly what we'll be doing over the course of this next hour. Now, there are a lot of unknowns surrounding this virus, but one thing is certain, it has become one of the most disruptive outbreaks in recent times. And so tonight, we're going to do our best to help you keep calm and carry on as best you can with sound advice on how to protect your health and being. To help me do that, we have assembled a team of medical experts. Dr. Natalie Azar is our NBC News medical contributor, and Dr. Shilpa Patel is a pediatrician. So we're going to start off with some questions here, a lot of questions that people have. One of the most common ones is, what can they do, Dr. Azar, to avoid coronavirus? What are you telling people about how it spreads?
So, John, what we know about this virus is that the predominant way it's spreading between people is through respiratory droplets. So that means that when an infected person coughs or sneezes or breathes heavily, the virus attaches to that respiratory droplet. It travels about 3 to 6 feet, and that's where it can infect somebody else if the other person were to then inhale that or somehow get it on them and get it in their nose or get it in their eyes. Lots of questions people have about how long it can last on surfaces and what about that mode of transmission. Experts say the predominant mode is through respiratory droplets. Yes, there are, of course, going to be cases of transmission when you touch something that happens to harbor the virus, but it's less likely than with respiratory droplet transmission.
And we saw on the graphic there, they say the 6 feet distance is what you want to keep. Why 6 feet?
So we think at the moment, and this is a really important distinction between a virus that travels on a heavier respiratory droplet. If it doesn't hit anything at 6 feet or by 6 feet, experts think that it just drops and hits the floor. Unlike measles, let's say, which can hang out in the air and survive on dust for even 2 hours.
That's more airborne than the droplet type situation.
Exactly, and so that comes that term airborne, which is a little bit misleading because you think if it's going through the air, it must be airborne. But to be airborne, it means it needs to be able to be suspended in air for a period of time so that the infected person can walk out of the room, but their germs are still hanging around and can infect people who walk in an hour later. That doesn't happen with this virus so far.
And that's why the 6 feet is such an important keep that distance. Now, you're a pediatrician, you do a lot with children, obviously, that's your specialty. You have some very young, very stressed patients out who are worried about coronavirus. What do you tell them? What do you have to tell those parents about this?
We're seeing a lot of kids coming in where the parents are saying they're so nervous, they're so anxious, and it's because what they're hearing at home, what they're hearing at school, and they don't know what to do. So the American Academy of Pediatrics has a wonderful website called healthychildren.org, and I would recommend all the parents if they could go onto that website. And there are some talking points on there for the kids that we would recommend. And the biggest thing is in these sorts of instances, we need to let the children know what's happening, not in extreme detail, and also help them have some control over what is going on.
What kind of questions are they asking you?
So they're just saying, the kids are coming in very anxious. So what I would recommend is, the first thing is be very reassuring to the kids and just kind of let them know that the doctors and the researchers are doing as much as they can to help us. Second of all, let the kids be in control. Teach them, and how they can be in control is teach them how to wash their hands, how to cough or sneeze. Part of this is, I see kids in the office all the time where they hold their hand up like this, and tapping into the elbow. And that doesn't work because the droplets go over, below, and they travel the 6 feet. So you need to teach them to either put the elbow all the way up against the mouth, or into the sleeve, or my best suggestion is pull your shirt and go into your shirt, and that way it covers your nose and your mouth, and it's only going up against your skin. Right? The other thing is, let's teach them to wash really, really well, and then the last thing is to get enough sleep. So when the kids are anxious, what you'll notice is they may be extra clingy, they may be cranky, they may not be sleeping well, or they may be a little bit more distractible. If this is happening, the biggest thing I'm telling everybody is stick to your routine. You know, we're living our lives and we have to continue to live our lives, so let's stick to our routines and just provide reassurance. And then the last thing is when you just monitor the media, watch what the kids are watching on television. If there's something frightening, don't let them watch that, or on social media or computers. And the older kids, as they're watching the news, go over what's going on in the news and talk about what they've heard. So if there's any misinformation or rumors, we can fix that.
So don't ignore the information because they're getting it from somewhere.
Yes.
You want to make sure they understand it.
Yes.
And they're getting it from you because hopefully you have a better grasp on it than they do or their friends do. And Dr. Azar, one of the biggest things you hear about, and you and I have heard about this constantly and answered a lot of questions about it, masks and gloves. In particular, masks. Why is the recommendation not to wear masks out in public?
Okay, so first part of that answer, John, is the two different masks that people are talking about. One is the surgical mask, and the other one is called the N95 particulate respirator. The surgical masks are the things that people can just put on. They're easier to buy. You buy them at CVS, you buy them on Amazon. Those are really only recommended for people who are symptomatic to act as a barrier. So when they're coughing or sneezing, at least there is some sort of fortress against those droplets leaving that person. If you are trying to protect yourself from becoming infected, wearing a surgical mask will not do that. The viral particles will get through that. The N95 respirators, on the other hand, the particulate respirators, are indicated for healthcare workers, and by the way, they are not used in isolation. They're also used in combination with eye shields, gloves, and gowns. They have to be specially fitted, and we're always concerned, of course, about a looming, shortage of these. So we are really, really strongly urging people, regular folks, not to wear it.
We've all been trained in N95s.
Yeah.
Have to be sized. You take special precautions when you're using them, and you don't use them all day long. You switch them out.
You do, and actually, because of the concern about shortages, I know that my hospital has, different protocols for reusing and how to do that just in the event that there is a national shortage of them. When it comes to gloves, I think they give people a false reassurance that they are protected. If you have a glove on and you still touch your face, you still can infect yourself. All it does is just act as a barrier to your skin. So if you are going to be out and about wearing disposable gloves, you have to do just that and dispose of them very regularly.
So,
and wash your hands when you take them off.
I know a lot of people think these are giving them extra protection, not necessarily. Yeah. And so the recommendations are not to use them, and they should probably follow those recommendations. But Dr. Patel, one of the other things we tell people all the time is, be prepared, but don't panic. What does that look like? Or perhaps more importantly, what does that not look like?
So what it doesn't look like is going to the store and buying everything and buying the store out. Please don't do that.
I know a lot of people are buying water.
Not just water, toilet tissue, Purell, everything. Everybody's buying everything out. Please don't panic would be the biggest point to take home from this. Just a 2-week supply just in case, if there is any issues, so you have enough for that, but that's it. Oh, and don't make homemade Purell. Can I please say that?
Definitely.
Thank you.
This is that DIY solution people talk about. I'm having a lot of questions about that.
Yes.
Why not make that?
So, because, anything that's out on the internet, it's not something that's safe to use. There was just a case recently where there was homemade Purell and the boy burned his hands. And we don't want any issues coming out from that. And we don't want anybody getting hurt.
And it might not make well, and it might not have that 60% of alcohol. But let's talk about symptoms now. There's a new study out that says half of those infected will show symptoms in about 5 days, and almost everyone will show symptoms by 12 days. Now, the CDC believes the vast majority of people who contract the virus will only have mild symptoms. Carl Goldman was one of those people. He got the virus while he was on the Diamond Princess cruise ship, and here's how he described his experience.
I got up after waking up with a high fever. Doctor confirmed that yes, I had a fever over 103. He put me in a quarantine area on the plane where there were already 8 other passengers. I was one of 9. What's weird about these symptoms, and it seems to be true for almost everybody, is I went days without knowing I had the virus. Then all of a sudden, just clicking my fingers, I jumped from normal temperature to 103. I developed a small dry cough, but unlike of it. He's definitely dehydrated. They know antibiotics for this, so they were pumping me up with a ton of Gatorade. I do every color of the rainbow of Gatorade to keep myself hydrated. And other than having the dry cough that still persists, it's getting better now. My continuing my wife never got the virus. She was put in a lower level biocontainment area where I am now. I don't know how she didn't get it and how I ended up getting it. I'm still stuck here while having to undergo 3 separate tests 24 hours in a row of being negative in order to be released.
And he's a gentleman in great spirits. But that patient etiquette says that the flu is actually worse than COVID-19. Dr. Azar, is that what most people are experiencing?
How's that possible, you think, right? Yeah, so we're getting to the number that, 80% of people are going to have a mild to moderate illness. I think he probably understands that. All of the clinical information that we're getting is done, case series here, case series there, and sort of painting a picture of what this disease looks like. And I found one of the more recent case series to be particularly illuminating, and that they describe the flu we all know as that sort of stormy onset, one day to the next. You feel really, really sick, achy, and high fever. And that coronavirus seems to be a little bit more indolent. So that means that, what does that mean? It means that you're starting with sort of vaguer symptoms in the beginning, that dry cough, fatigue, malaise, achiness, and then sort of it starts to progress. And I think that probably maybe reflects that COVID, that coronavirus is sort of feeding the upper respiratory tract, and then the folks who get really sick, it starts to make its way down into the lung, and that's when the shortness of breath and respiratory distress really happens later, as you pointed out. So really keep an eye on folks who are more susceptible to getting sick.
And that's one of the reasons that people with the flu just feel like they basically can't get out of bed. They feel like all of a sudden it came on very quick.
Exactly.
This one not necessarily this much.
It may not.
Exactly. And we know the elderly with underlying conditions are especially at risk. I know your own patients are a good example of the different levels of risk. What profiles someone at a higher risk? What makes someone higher risk, especially in your practice?
So anybody who's got heart issues, lung issues, diabetes, or they're immunocompromised.
One of the questions I get is children, especially children with asthma. I've gotten that question many, many times. Are they necessarily a higher risk with this?
Anybody who has asthma, is a higher risk for flu. So I think every child that has this, the parents should just be told you just take the precautions. When you wash, don't touch your face. And if your child is sick, please tell your pediatrician.
Do I send my kids to school? Do I send my kids to school? So what do you tell your parents?
So if your child has a fever, no, please do it. And sometimes with the parents do it, they just tell them on emotion. Oh, no, they don't have a fever anymore. Please do not do this. We are talking 24 hours without any sort of Tylenol or Nutrition. Without a fever, then you are allowed to go back to school.
So, and we're going to close down. A lot of parents are getting upset about that.
Well, if the school closes down, you have to follow your school policies. And look, the schools are very good. There's certain policies in place where they're working on instruction from home through the computers. Everybody's going to be okay with this. And if the school says we're closing down to clean,
people are also watching their events, rallies, conferences, all these things are getting canceled. They're wondering what they should cancel, if they should cancel their own parties, if they should cancel events they have with large groups. What do you think people should be doing with their own things they're doing, not necessarily the ones that are out there in the public?
Yeah, you know what, I think in this case, you really have to assess your own individual risk. You have to sit there and say, how old am I? You're asking yourself these questions. What's my age? What are my other underlying medical problems? What's the degree of viral activity in the community? Are we seeing community spread here, or are we not seeing any cases? I think people also need to keep in mind that this is not going to last forever, and that if the public health officials are saying that at this point, to mitigate the impact of this epidemic and now pandemic requires social distancing, that everyone just take a step back and say, you know what? Let's do this differently for the next 3 to 6 months, however long it takes. And nipping it in the bud, because if we don't do that, that's really the only weapon we have right now, right? We have no antivirals that are prophylactic anyway. We know that's all we can do is avoid transmission.
What I've heard of people
we would love it if we could trust people that if we have a fever or cough, we stay home. But we know that A, that might not happen, and that B, people can transmit when they're not really sick.
Let's talk about one of the more confusing aspects of this outbreak, which is when to go to the hospital and when to get tested. Well, here's what the head of emergency preparedness at Boston's Mass General said on that specific issue. This is one case where we have to all come together as a society. Everyone comes to evaluation, even with mild symptoms, to overwhelm the medical staff. And that's what they do. When is it appropriate for people to go to the hospital and get tested?
If you are having trouble breathing, chest intractable vomiting, diarrhea, high fever, you are going to seek medical attention. Ideally, we'll give your doc a call ahead of time so that they can let the emergency room know ahead of time so that they can prepare to have you in isolation. This is where hospitals around the country and medical officers are deploying the buildings.
Biologically, you're seeing in this first wave a very similar electorate to what you saw in 2016. But age-wise, this is the big variable.
This is why we don't allow Steve Kornacki to leave the building this time of year. Nobody breaks it down like Kornacki.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Weekly episodes are available as podcasts. From the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to it live wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching ABC News Now.
More to the pocket for us. Something new from Meet the Press. It's a podcast. Insights into politics and more from some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'd stake my judgment against anyone out there.
Is herd immunity your concern right now, or is simply winning as many states as you can?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holmes.
Our very own Today Family Getaway. It's so exciting to be here.
We are serving up a Today Cafe special.
because they purchased sophisticated homes, and when a homeless shelter, it keeps the cases across the board.
Sure.
changing daily. On the flip side, if you're healthy and you have a trip planned, this could be a fine time to travel. Just if you can, bring some wipes to sanitize the area around you, the headrest, you know, the seatbelt buckle, any surface that you're going to be touching on that flight. Don't touch your face. You'll be fine. You'll probably have the whole road yourself, if not the whole plane. I mean, we were talking to someone who's been back on the taken on that plane. But I wouldn't assume if you want to cancel, you'll get a refund or you'll get a credit. This is a time if you plan to make, if you want to make plans, spend the extra money and buy the refundable ticket. Don't assume if this gets worse and there's more warnings, you're going to be able to get let out of that trip.
But even with the trip insurance, that might not cover you.
Correct.
Correct?
Yeah. It will cost more. There's taking penalty fines and acceptable any movement.
distribution of any groups that repeatedly share false news, and in the coming days, we'll begin removing coronavirus-related groups and pages from the recommendations we show people.
And speaking of misinformation, Elodie, I hesitate to talk about all the conspiracy theories that are out there, but I know you can speak about the genetic science that disproves a lot of these that people are talking about.
That's right. I mean, just look at the genetic information, and we know where the virus comes from. It does not come from a lab.
One of the biggest things I hear, one of the biggest conspiracy theories I hear is that ESL lab in Wuhan, China, they're the ones who released it. But you're saying that's not necessarily true. That we have proof that that's not true.
Correct. I mean, we know when a virus has been created in a lab, that there's like information in the genome that tells you how they constructed it. And this is not what this virus is. We know where it comes I'm worried because we don't know where the virus is. We don't have any tests that have been done, and so we're playing blind. And that's the scary during an epidemic.
The testing won't necessarily help me if I know I have it or don't have it, but it's more of a public health issue. It's going to help us know where to put our forces, where to concentrate our equipment and concentrate the people and the healthcare workers.
That's right. And we know, if you have it, to do social distancing, but also it will give us better numbers of what is the real prevalence and also
mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is from we brought more to the topic here. Live weekdays,
take my judgment against anyone. Is calling unity your concern right now, or is simply winning in many states wonderful?
NBC Nightly News with
If it's digging in on the issues, let's focus on the politics. If it's asking the questions you want to ask, how do you reassure their supporters that you will sustain this? With Washington, if it's navigating the winding road to the White House, and if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
the coronavirus outbreak. What's next? NBC News has in-depth coverage, answers to your questions, insight from medical experts, and up-to-the-minute live blog updates. For continuing coverage, turn to the networks and platforms of NBC News.
As the coronavirus pandemic brings life across the country to a grinding halt, Americans are facing a new normal, one that may include losing their jobs, losing their income, even losing their health insurance. To help us navigate this, let's bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Stephanie Brewer and NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Wynn. Let's start with you. People have either lost their income as a result of the pandemic or on the verge of losing their income. What can they do?
file for unemployment. I know that we are watching the news every day. We get different messages, and it sounds like people might be getting an actual check from the government. But we also know that unemployment benefits, more and more people are asking for them. Certain states are seeing more people apply for unemployment in a day than they see normally over weeks. So people need to go on their state's website, make sure you're going .gov, not .com, because you don't want to end up on a scam site, and immediately apply. The government has actually fast-tracked people to receive it, because normally there's a decent amount of lag time, but right now the government knows. This is like a natural disaster. The president has said he considers himself a wartime president, and that money, people need it, especially if they're being asked to stay at home, to take care of their kids, and they don't have any income. So apply for that unemployment, and hopefully they'll get there too.
And Steph, I know a lot of business owners, I was a small business owner at one point, you think, okay, if I can bring them back to part-time, I'm helping them out a lot.
What we're being told from a medical perspective, and you know this better than I do, is simply to shut down for a period of time. And I know it's hard because when you run a small business, it's like a family, you're a team. But the sooner you can say, let's put these employees in a position where maybe they can be getting government support, move in that direction, then you know what? When things are back up and running, when we're out from under this cloud, then you can bring those employees back. Hopefully they'll be available.
I hope so, and I hope it's not as long as it looks like it might be. But Vicki, spring break is coming up, and a lot of folks are going to go vacationing, and they're going to stay in Airbnbs. What should they do?
Well, if that trip is within the next 15 days, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but on Monday, President Trump made it very clear he wants all Americans to stay home, and that means staying home from spring break. Now, I don't want to tell you, and it's not fun, but this is an extraordinary time where we have to accept a new normal and take extraordinary steps. Now, if your trip is beyond that 15-day window, things are certainly still in flux. The CDC has certain guidelines and questions that you should be asking. Are you headed to an area where coronavirus is spreading? Are you traveling in close contact with other people? Are you yourself healthy? Will you have a plan for what to do if you get sick? And then when you come back, who are you coming into contact with? Those are all questions that the CDC is asking people to consider before they take any sort of non-discretionary trips. Also, can you take any time off when you return? What if you do get sick? What's the plan there? The idea now is, as you know, we need to slow the spread of this virus. So the sooner that we can do that, the sooner things can return to normal. If you have plans for an Airbnb, right now Airbnb has just announced that they have extended their policies for extenuating circumstances. So they are allowing people to cancel without penalty. So if you're considering a spring break
closing factories because of this virus. What does that mean for their workers?
You know, that depends on which of the big three. We know that before we heard this about the auto companies, some of the biggest companies out there who have had to lay off or temporarily close down because they're not necessarily laying off workers, they're just closing down. So when we've seen that happen in stores, for example, like the Apple store, they were willing to pay those part-time employees during this time. Now, in the auto industry's case, those are full-time employees, so we don't know the details for that yet. But what those auto workers should do is talk to their own HR department.
And see what they're going to do, what their company's trying to do with them. And
remember, what you just said, you at one point you were a small business owner. These big companies are in very different situations. They have a lot more slack and cushion, or at least they should, to support their employees during a stress time like this. It's one of the reasons a lot of people are seeing pushback against the idea of a bailout for the auto industry. Because a lot of online people that 96% of what's known as the free cash flow, the money that airlines had on hand over the last few years, they didn't save it as a rainy day cushion. They used it to buy back shares. You know who that serves? Shareholders, not the employees, not their end user customers. So at a time like this is when companies want to have a cushion.
So it's time to take care of that employee right now. Because they obviously need it, especially what's going on over the next couple of weeks and couple of months. But Vicki, one of the other things that's going on out there are a lot of consumer scams that are circulating around. What should people be on the lookout for?
Anything coming through their email box or that's being shared on their social media that's too good to be true. Some key scams to be looking for: phishing emails. These are the emails that look like they're coming from an official source. Maybe they look like they're coming from the World Health Organization or the CDC with some information about the coronavirus that you haven't heard, and they're urging you to click on a link or download an attachment. Never ever do that. Not only could that be putting your personal information at risk, that could also put you at risk for ransomware, where bad software is being downloaded onto your computer and then freezing all of your files. So be on the lookout for those things. Also, those emails that seem like they're from people that you know, telling you something that seems too good to be true that you haven't heard, like holding your breath for 10 seconds, and if you can do that, that means you don't have the coronavirus. Or drinking water every 15 minutes is going to help you avoid the virus. These are things that, for whatever reason, are going around. Scammers are using them to try to fish, look for data patterns. Don't fall for these things. Always go to a trusted, reputable news source. And if you are looking for information, go to that website. Go to the CDC's website or the World Health Organization or NBCnews.com. Go there directly. Never click on links from emails that you are not expecting. The other scams that are going around have to do with stores. We're seeing now fake testing kits that are being circulated, that are being sold direct to consumer on online marketplaces. You cannot get a coronavirus direct to consumer. These are only being administered through public health departments. So if someone wants you to pay them money for a test that promises you results for the coronavirus, don't fall for that.
For coronavirus, bottom line, don't fall for that in any way, shape, or form. And Stephanie, April 15th is around the corner, just a few weeks away. Are taxes still going to be due that day?
Taxes are due that day. We know that this has been a very stressful time for a lot of people, so you might want to apply for an extension. But remember, even if you apply for an extension, that still means you need to get to your ICO and send that money in. You don't want to put yourself delayed because that's when you can suddenly be incurring late fees and penalties.
Right now, people are worried about jobs. There are still some folks hiring out there, right? Who are they?
Yeah, earlier in the show you talked about Amazon, but all the grocery chains, big ones, Albertsons, Safeway, Kroger, not only hiring, but they're opening up new positions. Kroger's hired 2,000 people. They have 10,000 more openings. Here's one you might not be thinking about. As you're staying home for these 15 days, maybe you're looking over your resume, considering what happens on the other side of this. IXL is an online learning company. A
recession at all. And now across the board, more and more people, including the president, are saying we're facing a recession, a global recession. Something to think about, though. We've heard a lot about this read. The president has said it, some economists have said it. Coronavirus is causing the economy, the markets, to go like this. And as soon as we come out the other side and the numbers go down, it's going to shoot right back up like that, like a V. But people should be more prepared for the idea of a U, and here's why. People change their behavior. If we are studying in lockdown and we're changing our behavior over a couple of months, when we come out the other side, we might not be interested in exactly the same things. And think about it from a business perspective. If suddenly companies realize they don't need to be spending that much on corporate travel or events or conferences, telecoms and telework might work a whole lot better. You're going to see companies change corporate behavior. And for the hotel, for the travel industry, that's their biggest ticket clients, corporate America. You can see that change. You can even see your personal behavior change. You might go to the movies every week. Once you discover that you got Netflix or you like playing board games or puzzles, you might not go back to that movie theater. So consumer companies are starting to prepare for these changes. Retailers especially.
Stephanie and Vicki, thank you so much for helping us get through this maze of our financial health, which is important for just about everybody. So thank you very much for helping us out here. And from Amazon to your local grocer, U.S. businesses are changing strategies to handle increased demand during the coronavirus pandemic. Business and technology correspondent Joe Lin-Ken joins us now from Los Angeles. Joe, we're certainly practicing the social distancing. How are you doing?
Here we are. I'm well, Dr. Torres. How are you?
I'm doing well. Now, Amazon, we talked about, they're hiring 100,000 workers amid the crisis here. Problem is, they're going to be in warehouses. What can workers do to avoid getting infected inside those warehouses?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Amazon wants to hire 100,000 workers inside warehouses and also delivery drivers. And as you can imagine, there's a lot that goes into delivery that could cause a personal risk. So what Amazon is telling me is they're trying to practice that public health, that hygiene, that social distancing we were just talking about, making sure they're sanitizing their warehouses. But beyond that, they're also trying to focus on what these customers really need as they try to staff up and meet this big demand for all the household products you're looking for, the baby products, the stuff to keep your home clean and your car clean. And so what they're doing is they are no longer accepting certain third-party sellers' items, the new stuff that would normally come into their warehouse. Instead, they're focusing on just those products. But it's a really big problem, and Amazon continues to say the same thing. We're just trying to keep things clean and sanitized and efficient so that we can keep on moving ahead. But we did ask them, in case they California goes into a shelter-in-place situation like they have in San Francisco, is an Amazon warehouse essential in the way that a grocery store is essential? And they have not answered us on that front yet.
And you bring up a good point about the delivery workers because they're getting in and out of trucks, they're touching a lot of doorknobs, they're interacting with strangers when they hand the package over. What can they do specifically to avoid getting COVID-19?
Well, the good news is on the consumer side, there are ways to elect for contact-free delivery. And so there's ways for you can elect to have your package through a bunch of different delivery services, left on your doorstep or left outside. Of course, you can elect these different options in different ways, not just through Amazon, but other delivery programs. But there's certainly a lot of concern around this. And we've been talking to a few retail e-commerce giants beyond just Amazon, and they're trying to provide everything that they can when it comes to the sanitizing wipes and the hand sanitizer to keep everyone feeling safe and practicing safe hygiene.
And the new normal the last few days, maybe in the last week or so, are a lot of empty store shelves. Is there a real risk of a food supply shortage, or are people just hoarding? Is it wise for them to hoard?
Well, what we're seeing right now is everyone's panic buying, right? You're going to the store, you're seeing the long lines, there's no sliced bread, there's no milk, there's no toilet paper. But the good news is that see this surge in buying, but all of the major grocery store chains are telling us there's plenty of food. The real issue is the supply chain and logistics. So when people see panic buying, they panic buy. That creates a double whammy effect when the store shelves are empty. So a lot of these grocery stores are having to cut back their hours, say closing a little earlier, opening a little later in the morning, so they can deploy their staff to restock the shelves. Of course, there's delivery from the warehouses. There's that aspect of it. And I know Vicki mentioned
about big businesses and how they have that cushion to keep things going through this time period. Small businesses, a lot of people are concerned about that, especially the mom and pop type businesses. How can people like these local
Nobody?
businesses thrive?
I didn't join you.
Alive through this?
Yeah, it's a very tough situation. We're hearing from
And then we have to do with the yes.
Operations, but the good news is if you are, say, a coffee shop,
how are you doing today?
What you can do as a customer is you can go and order online or order by phone, pick up in person, or have it delivered. Patronize those institutions and those businesses because that's really where the margins are so thin when it comes to the restaurant industry. Surviving month to month can be difficult, and then you throw on top of that the coronavirus pandemic, and it just becomes impossible. But we do know that some of the retailers, the bigger names, they're trying to set an example by shutting down and also paying their workers. That's not easy for a small business. It's very difficult to do that. So there have been some federal measures proposed to provide some support. We also have companies like Facebook that are stepping in, trying to provide small business grants to make sure that there is some money that can sustain some of these small businesses. Marketplace, but in the case of Amazon, as they stop taking new products from third-party sellers, that is going to result, and we've heard reports that some third-party sellers, that they're worried about are they going to have to lay off workers.
And Joe, do you think there's going to be a lot of these small businesses that are simply going to end up going out of business, especially they're saying, sometimes they're saying 45 days, sometimes they're saying July, August.
Yes, we do. We've been talking with a lot of restaurants that were originally affected when coronavirus took hold in China first, before the first cases were declared here in the U.S. and in California. And what they started to realize is some of them are closing permanently because business was already getting a little bit slower. Maybe they were a larger restaurant with larger staff. And so we do see some of the restaurant economics, if you will, playing out here. And we will see that on the retail side. You've got big companies like Macy's and Bloomingdale's closing their doors temporarily. Those are retailers that are already struggling. It's very difficult to pay rent when it comes to retail apocalypse. It's been hovering forever. So you may see some acceleration of that when it comes to some of these retailers struggling or closing up permanently. And that also goes for restaurants and a lot of your small businesses. It's a very, very difficult time.
And Joe, we always talk about blunting the curve when it comes to the case of the coronavirus. Sounds like it's the same thing we need to do when it comes to these small businesses. But Joe and Ken, thank you very much for helping us sort all this out. And while the majority of people who catch coronavirus will have mild symptoms or no symptoms at all, one group in particular is at risk, and that's adults over 60 years old. Now is Dr. Sean Morris, who's the chair of Brookville Department of Geriatrics and Palliative Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York City. Dr. Morrison, wonderful seeing you there. I know you're supposed to be here, but we're practicing our own social distancing, so you're not here, you're far away, which is great. But what are you seeing in your practice when it comes to geriatrics and how this is affecting them?
What we're seeing is very similar to what everybody is seeing, is that people are worried. We have not seen a large influx of older adults coming in with respiratory symptoms yet. What we are doing in our practice, though, is preparing for that, and preparing for it in three ways. First is we're contacting all of our older adults and letting them know that if they have a routine appointment, if it's just a regular checkup, that they should stay home until we're through this. For those who can do telephone visits or video visits, we're doing those. And we are only asking people to come in if they have ongoing medical conditions that actually need to be seen in the office and managed. We are asking people that if they develop respiratory symptoms, to call us first before they come in. And if they don't have shortness of breath, if they don't have high fever, if they don't have weakness, to stay home and self-isolate themselves.
What are you seeing as far as the older people, the COVID-19 and how it presents differently in them? Are you seeing any differences?
We don't know yet, unfortunately. What we do know is that for some reason, older adults seem to be at higher risk for severe COVID-19, that risk seems to increase after the
tell people, your patients, when they come in and they're saying, I'm still doing the things I normally do, I'm not going to change anything?
You know, I'm not sure that's confined to older adults. I think we're seeing that with everybody. That being said, I think there are really two reasons to socially distance and follow all these guidelines. The first is that older adults are at higher risk, and we know that. And we don't yet know which group of older adults is at the highest risk. I would love to be able to tell my healthy 80-year-old who has no other medical condition that they're at pretty low risk and at much less risk for, say, a 70-year-old who has underlying medical conditions. We just don't know that. What we know is that age is a major risk factor. The second reason that people need to practice the public health guidelines that the CDC has put out is that we are at a very important point in preventing the spread of COVID-19. If we all act in a responsible manner, if we take the actions that the CDC has recommended, we have a very good chance of averting the worst-case scenarios that, for example, we see in Italy. And that goes for everybody, both older adults and younger adults. But if we stop the direct spread of COVID-19, we will emerge from this probably sooner and with much fewer health complications.
Dr. Sean Morrison, you're on the front line of this crisis. I want to thank you for taking time to talk with us and getting us a little more clear on especially our up there in age and what things we can do to try and help them out. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And several counties in the area have issued a shelter-in-place order this week to slow the spread of coronavirus. When we come back, NBC's Jake Ward joins us to talk about his family's experience with social distancing.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
Good afternoon from the
It's news made for your streaming world. NBC News Now.
If it's digging in on the issue, let's talk about money and politics. If it's asking the questions you want to ask, how do you reassure those supporters that you will sustain this? Just watch me. If it's navigating the winding road to the White House, and if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. This is all I've got left.
We brought more to the caucuses.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
That's being worked on today. At a time of national crisis, turn to the most trusted TV news anchor in America.
care of them on my own. So that's the first one. It's so nervous being in this on, so I decided to put on my N95 mask. And that's it. I've got all my stuff, camera, microphone, lights, to try to do the job from home for 3 weeks, starting now. Here in the Bay Area, we are preparing to be basically at home under this order, which lasts until April 7th. And that means no unless we are actively sick in some sort of emergency or have run out of food and must make a run to a grocery store, we otherwise have to stay at home. Essential services will remain open, grocery stores, pharmacies, but everything else, essentially, bars, restaurants, gyms, all of that is closed. And that means we're all going to get used to life at home. We've been preparing here to be busy, the educators of our own children, so we've come up with this little schedule, 8 to 9 a.m., 9 to 10 a.m., writing and literacy reading, math, playtime, movement, a meditation time, which we are all going to need. All of this is, us just kind of winging it. None of us are trained in my community, to do this kind of thing. We don't know how to stay home. The incredible pressure that we're all going to feel to remain in our houses, try to make some sort of meaningful life for our children while we're here, and most fundamentally, do whatever we can to not go out. All of that is going to be a tremendous challenge for people in this moment. Right now, it's kind of cute. The kids have a nice little routine going. My wife is doing conference calls. But you touch week 3, and, who knows how we're all going to be feeling about one another, much less what we're going to be eating. Like 7 million other people in the Bay Area, we were trying to figure out what are we going to do with our time. Originally, I had said, we don't need to worry about it, no big deal. We can just wing it. Well, no, my wife argues we need some sort of structure, and that has been the lesson day one. Maintaining a school-like schedule. Negotiating with each other about who's on and who's off, and having those conversations clearly with everyone in the family, that might get us to day 21. This is our new reality. We're trying to homeschool our kids. My wife is out there now while working her full-time job. We're trying to figure out, do we have enough food on hand? And the real question is, this is day 1. What is life going to be like here 21 days in? And Jake joins us now from his home in Oakland, California. Jake, thanks for letting us in. You're out there, and a little idea of what's going on. Yesterday, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio said in a press conference that shelter-in-place could go into effect as soon as tomorrow here in New York City, 48 hours notice. How do you prepare for that? For me, we really had no idea. I mean, here in the California Bay Area, we have some sense of emergency preparation, right? In my backyard, I have a chest that has emergency equipment for things like fires and earthquakes, the things that we get here.
shelves empty like they are in a lot of places?
You know, it seems that the sort of the panic buying, I gotta say, I did this too. I immediately found myself garage top-loading freezer because I thought, I have to lay in a lot of food. I may get one yet. They're sold out across the Bay Area. But then you look at it and you realize, no, actually the supply of food is pretty solid. You have good people. I mean, you live in California, but right down in the so the supply is large right now, the first few days, everyone's taking it pretty seriously. But I wonder, after a couple of days, are people going to start to break out of it? We saw that in history of 1918 that is specific to open. And there's an enormous uproar about the inconvenience of it because for more than a month you had to wear a mask, you had to do all of these things. And so I wonder, are we going to continue to be able to do this without the sort of strictures that China put on hipsters? I certainly hope so. And certainly, I think we're trying to take it in the spirit of we're very lucky. We have a house, right? We have a yard. We get along pretty well. We've got good food. All of those things I think are going to make it possible for us to do this in the long term. But certainly there's this psychological challenge. And for us, as we saw the thing for us we're learning is structure. Not just the structure of the day, the scheduling of the day, but also how you use the space. So I have my camera set up with lights and everything in the living room. Oh, we got into such an argument about it because that's got to be sacred space. It's stuck in one place. So now I'm in the basement. This is the basement. So I turn the camera around my laundry. You have to do that kind of thing. I think to get us, to make us get along in these kinds of confined spaces.
And Jake, I want to thank you for doing what could become reality for the rest of us and giving us the time to show what exactly is going on in your house here.
How this is going to work in New York, I have no idea, but I'm hoping for it.
I think we'll find out here soon. But even if you do everything right during your quarantine, 14 days or longer, you might end up getting cabin fever. Psychotherapist Sherry Botwin is here to talk to us about how to stay sane during that time period. Sherry, thank you for being with us. Give us some tips on how you can deal with cabin fever.
The best thing to do is just to, first of all, know this will end. And in terms of the cabin fever, give yourself breaks. Get out of your house. Sit on your front step. Take your yoga mat outside and do some yoga. Go into a quiet room and listen to a book.
So getting some fresh air, getting out about, getting some sunshine, that can be really helpful to getting that cabin fever under control.
Yeah, definitely. And even just remembering there's a whole world out there to really try to connect with the environment and our beautiful universe and know that we really will get through this. We are not going to be stuck in our homes forever.
And for parents who have school-age children, they're not their kids' teacher, but now they're being asked to administer work they've sent them by the school. How can we get their kids to do that? It might not be an easy battle.
The one thing I'm reminding myself is that I can't go from being my little guy's parent to his teacher. So I say to myself, what can I do to support him in doing his work without trying to be his teacher? One of the thoughts that I had was, get one of the students from the class on the phone, do a FaceTime study group. Tomorrow I'm planning a 10 o'clock online school with one of my little guy's best friends, and they're excited about it. We need to make time. We need to know it's not going to be perfect, and we're going to do the best we can. But really what matters the most is that we stay safe and that we stay happy. We can't let this put us out of the best you can. Talk about things that really matter. Remind each other how much you love each other, what you feel about each other, and try to have some fun with it. Put on romantic music.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. You've given us some fantastic ideas on what we can do to avoid that cabin fever, to help our kids out, and help ourselves out, too. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now, that does it for us right now. And remember, our coronavirus crisis team is closely tracking
For we have testified about God that he raised Christ from the dead, but without raising if in fact the dead are not raised. For if the dead are not raised, then Christ has not been raised either. And if Christ has not been raised, your faith is futile. You are still in your sin. Then those also who are fallen asleep in Christ are lost in COVID-19. If only for this life we have hope in Christ, we are of all people most wicked.
Amen. And I pray the Lord bless the reading of His word in Jesus' name. I will tell you is that resurrection is today has not manifested. Whatever we're doing, whatever we think we have done, even calling ourselves Christians, the Bible says it's in vain. But we know it's not in vain because today has manifested. And I pray God will help us in Jesus' name. Before I go on to the next teaching, I just want to say something which I've always said before. Today is resurrection. And by the time you use the word resurrection, people know. When you tell somebody, happy resurrection day, happy resurrection Sunday, happy resurrection Monday, what you're saying is that somebody died and rose again. But in America, and that's all over the world right now, and most even in the third world countries, they're just taking the ideologies of North America and just absorbing it without thinking through what it is. Today, many people are calling it Easter. In the Bible, that use the word Easter. I know that so many people say, why do you have to be very controversial? Why doesn't you just go with the flow? Everybody understand what it means. Not true. Because in today's world, especially in North America, when you talk about Easter, people remember, people talk about the bunny, people talk about the egg, people talk about the prank they're going to play on that day, not about Jesus Christ. So I want to encourage believers, let us change our words, let us call it what it is. Today is Resurrection Sunday, not just Easter Sunday. Today is resurrection. Today Jesus rose up from the dead. It's not about a bunny that is pooping chocolate. It's not about a goddess that is called Easter, that is of fertility and whatever it is. But rather today is about we are celebrating the death and the resurrection of our Lord and Savior. What matters is the foundation of our Christianity. So let us talk about the God. Let us call it what it is. Today is Resurrection Sunday. Jesus died and rose from the dead. And I pray the Lord God in heaven will help us in Jesus' name. And that word, resurrection, is what sets us apart from any other religion. Brothers and sisters, what we do as Christians, so much of them also do not believe in faith. You look at people today, you talk about
Ah, no manches! They're killing me!
Oh, hey, Adriel! Adriel!
What?
I need backup! I have like 3 people on me! ¿Cómo? ¡Ey! ¡Ey, Adriel! ¡Estás haciendo hack!
¡Uy! ¡Ay!
Y también me robaste la kill.
¡Ah! ¿Quién te disparó? ¡Este te disparó! No, no me mates a mí, Leo. El otro te disparó.
¡Órale! 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 ¡Órale!
¡Ay! ¿Qué me mates a mí?
Yeah, GG. That was really good as well. Like, you were in the air, then you kicked up.
Dude, I have 13 wins. No manches. Hey,
hello.
Are you guys fun?
Who resetted the build?
Oh shoot, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's called you have to use the instincts of hearing footsteps.
Oh, sorry, Leo. Ah,
hey, think like a gamer está jugando. Pause Cállate. Cállese. ¡Vamos a Cállese. morir! Cállese. ¡Vamos a morir! Cállese. ¡Ese gordo! Ya valieron, morros. Ya valieron. No, tú ya valiste, dude. I'm sweaty right now. Ya valieron.
Oh,
I'm sweaty right now. Ya valieron. Dude, I'm being a total sweat. What?
Yeah, I'm beating a total.
Oh, headshot.
I got 20. I got 21. I got 21 wins.
Ya valieron, morros. Who is that? Oye, Nathan.
What?
What's your brother doing?
Oh, he's playing white.
Oh, no, I was just curious.
Oh, are you? Wait, who are you, Pablito?
Claro. Pablito.
Oh, I thought you were Raymond.
Oh.
About God, for we have testified about God that He raised Christ from the dead, but He did not rise to
Who's that? Is that Paul?
Yes, that's Paul.
I don't know why he came.
I'll tell you one thing.
Hey! Oh, hey, no! Hello! Oh! The
It's worth Paul.
Oh! No way! No way I hit that! No way! We hit those!
Did you know I have a heavy sniper, right? I can kill you like right now. Don't kill me, Leo. What do I have with your problem?
Why do you beat it? You're always kidding.
Leo, kill him! Leo, kill this guy! He's killing me like chetos.
Oh! Was that a headshot?
Yeah, it was a headshot. It was a fresh
clean headshot.
Yes. Yeah, it was a clean headshot. It came out of the fridge, boys.
How did it come out of the fridge?
What is Paul? Whoever. What the heck? This place is a mess.
Now I got 40 wins, man.
Fresh, clean headshot.
Well, where are you?
Hey, don't kill me, Leo. We're teammates. Okay, don't kill me, Leo.
Why is my sensitivity so bad?
It's not my problem. It's not my problemo.
Mine is so bad.
I killed
It's actually not my problemo.
What is that?
If you keep...
Oh, no!
Hi! Hey, Leo. Let's go beat.
What the freak? Hey, Pablito, for God. You see that? That was a clean kill.
Yeah, that was pretty kill.
There's a paper fall in my face. Oh!
Ah, you got me, Pablito.
I'm not ready.
Hello.
I'm not ready. Ah, I'm not ready.
Woohoo!
What did you do?
He killed bro.
Somebody snipe me.
Clicked.
Paul, where are you?
Oh, you're gonna get clicked.
I'm running. I'm building with someone.
With metal?
No manches, Paulito, te pasas.
Ay, no asustas. Oh! I try to hit fire with the hand cannon. The Desert Eagle.
Yeah, I got the Desert Eagles.
Where are you? Oh shoot!
What do you mean, carnal? Uy! No mind.
Oi! Oi!
Uy! Me estás quemando.
Ah, you tried.
Yeah, he's... Yeah,
Are you in the bottom, Paul?
Paul doesn't die.
Yes.
I found you.
Hey, Paul, yeah, you should be the champion, Paul. Like, actually, you should have a trophy right now. Because you're really good. We can't even kill you because you kill us with your guns. You have good loadout. Like, actually, man.
Woo! Woohoo!
That was close.
Who is that? Somebody
Don't worry about it. Ooh, nice.
Oh, my ping is so low. It's only 3.
Nice.
I have a 3 ping.
Wait, do you actually have 3 ping?
Yeah.
Nice. Wait, what?
Why did you say? Oh, shoot, my son.
I'm sorry, I didn't know who it was. I'm sorry.
Oh, shoot. You stole my freaking kill. I don't care. Lucky.
I'm sweating, man.
Dude, I'm sweating. Dude, I'm like going full try hard right here.
Nice. Órale.
Did you die, bro?
Yeah.
Fushi.
Not by me! I'm your girlfriend?
Huh?
I'm your girlfriend?
I don't have one. Yeah.
You wish though! You want a girlfriend?
Oh, hello.
You do?
Yeah. He's rich on Fortnite.
Ooh! Fresh!
Órale, carnal, porque te mato. Hey, Paulito. Let's be teammates. Let's team up, guys. Again.
Nah, how about all of you team up on me? A ver si es cierto.
Okay, you're gonna get
Alright, let's do this,
boy. I have a minigun, bro. That's crazy. You can be sweating right now, bro. You cannot. Like when.
Was that your
we're
sister?
teaming up, Ashton.
Yeah. She was gonna
Tell her I said hi.
Sama! Paul said hi. Oh! Hey! Ni me mates! Atrium, ni me mates porque we're teaming up against Paul, so...
Yep.
My mamá said hi.
Hello.
Something happened. I can't play since I died. I'm just looking at Leo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Haha, I didn't get killed.
Oh, I the game. Get him, guys, get him.
See if he can fix
Guys, I
that.
have 35 kills.
Oh, I know what happened. You going? Okay. What's it called? This is what you do. Go to hub. I'm gonna go to hub with you. Yeah, and then we join back.
No, Ringies. Hey, Ringies. I won't kill you anymore.
Join back.
Please don't kill me.
This one.
you.
against Paul. Alright? Alright? Don't kill me.
Are you sure?
Don't kill me, alright? Actually, bro.
I'm positive. See? It works.
Oi! Yeah!
I'm not ready. I just need to get some of my weapons.
Yep. I just need to get a weapon.
Oh shoot! Someone's trying to kill me, so I just
Hey, let him get his weapons back.
Okay. I thought he already had weapons.
Where's the combat? Where's the combat? Where is the combat?
I already
You want
have that
mine?
combat.
Hey!
Not really. You have it.
Found one.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Sorry, man, just finished me.
Actually, I don't want the combat no more. I'm gonna take a normal pump. Because I can do more damage with those.
Which one
Well,
is
I'm gonna get the normal pump also.
Depends.
Depends
Don't
which
make
you're
math
better at.
Woohoo! I'm getting you, Paul.
Órale.
Oh
Is
yeah,
this slurp
let's
juice?
go. I told you, Ashton. Paulito, Ashton can beat you. It's like burning tacos, man. It's raining tacos. Ah,
Oh yeah? Oh
me
yeah?
dio Paulito, compa. Hey guys, don't kill.
Órale, no
Don't
asusta.
kill anybody. Only Paulito. Ah, Paulito show.
Hey, April! Hey! Don't kill this guy!
April.
Why?
Nah!
April.
Whoever you
Don't
want.
kill anybody most for Paul.
It's up clear.
Órale!
Oh, sorry. Sorry, no me
With
mates.
Paul.
Hey, let's team up and let's team up
Ooh, nice.
with Paul. Let's
Good luck.
shoot Paul.
Did he kill you?
Yep.
Oh.
Órale.
Órale!
Uy, me está disparando este compa.
Nice!
Paul kill you?
¡Ni me mates, vato! ¡Ni me
Ah, el
mates!
machipato me mató. Paul killed me, man.
¡Ni me
Me mató el
mates!
machipato.
Oh, you gain your health when you kill someone. Good. It's good to know.
It's sniping!
Yeah, that's really good. Cause you know what? You're toasted, bro. You're toasted, Paul. You're really toasted, Paul. Oi!
Órale.
Yeah, you killed Paul. You just got killed by a little kid, man. Can't believe that.
Yep. I actually did get killed. Now it's surprising.
Yoo-hoo, I'm over here.
The sad thing is, I think Ashton's better than me at this game now, because I don't even play it that much.
Who's Ashton?
Little kids are
Ringies,
actually
no.
better. Sometimes they're better at Fortnite. Little kids
so
sometimes are
forget.
better. Oye, no me mates.
Are you alive?
¿Está you, Paul?
What's your
Órale.
I killed you.
No manches, I just spawned and I'm dead. Pasa?
Oh yeah.
Hold up, let me spawn.
Oh, sorry.
They don't
Sorry,
like
Ashton.
you.
Sorry, it's because I got confused. Because I get confused with the skin of Paul and you, Ashton. Because they're both dark colors. That's the thing. Nah, you just keep. Uy, man's over here.
What are you making?
Hey,
Right here, Ashton.
I have a wonder thing right now.
I'm gonna snipe you.
I am
Woohoo! Oh, sorry. I thought it was you. I thought it was Paulito.
No manches, ¿quién está usando el minigun?
Me? My problem?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. No.
What is it?
You're really good. That's the problem.
Jeez, my KD is almost 1.
Do you have a problem?
Bro, can I spawn?
No, I don't.
Oh my gosh,
Look, he's camping, see? Leo's a cheater because he camps. Trust me, spawn.
I thought we were all going to team up home.
Oh, sorry, Leo, sorry. Is it because I get confused with all your skins, guys? Like, you should have better skins. Like mine is perfect.
Why was it frozen?
Boy! No manches! Paulito's toasting me right now. I was going
Nice,
pretty good,
for
but
the
now
reset.
he's toasting me.
Try. Kill him!
Woohoo! I got this! Right here,
Do
right
you?
here! Ah!
Do you?
I got this.
Somebody joined our party. Hey,
what the freak?
Oh, sorry.
Give me my phone.
Boy, you get confused. Dude, stop.
What?
Nice.
¿Qué me matas, compas?
Why do you guys keep resetting the building? It's almost
Who's
frustrating.
party leader?
Paul was over there. Did you
Why? I don't know who's party leader.
I got that.
Who's party leader?
There's an activity that you should do, Paul. So you stop playing Fortnite and you don't get very good.
Party leader?
That been strong. Uy, güey, ¿por qué me mataste, Paulito?
I'm curious.
Hey, okay, you guys have to kill.
You are.
You guys have to kill only Paul.
No, I'm not party leader.
Don't kill.
Is Leo?
Don't kill other people.
Who's party leader? Hey, who's party leader?
Ashton is.
Adriel, you're party leader. Me?
Angel's party leader.
Oh, I just realized that.
Make me party leader.
Why?
Since I left, you turned into.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on, both of you land on me? Are you kidding?
Yoo-hoo!
I'm curious where you are.
No me mates. No me mates. Say tu compa, bro. Hey,
I got the high ground, boy.
Stop killing me. He just killed me. Woohoo! Oh, sorry. I was just playing, man.
And even more so now that he has killed himself, I know I'm fully convinced that he that died over 2,020 years ago.
Did someone get touched? Oh.
What?
Did I shot Ed? Never mind.
That's why we don't have to talking about ideology.
Amen.
No longer by power of resurrection.
Amen.
Power of resurrection.
Yes, oh God. Amen.
Healing is what brings transformation on all sides.
Amen, Lord.
And I can tell you one thing. When resurrection is your main mission, some people begin to happen in your life. When you focus on the resurrection of Christ, some things will manifest. If it has happened to Christ, then it will happen to us also. Just look at 7 things that happened to Christ, even in me. Let me tell you.
Hey guys, let me get my gun back. Accidentally touched the edge.
Let's read Luke chapter 24, verse 22. The women, not just like was buried in such a glory, they wanted on that Sunday, they went to the tomb, so want to prepare him properly, to embalm him properly. So they were still hoping to find a trouble there. They were still hoping to find dead Jesus in the tomb. But let's read Luke chapter 24, 1 to 6. have a job. He's still unemployed, right? He's still a barren, right? But I feel that same power that took Jesus Christ away from the grave, that now they cannot even see him anymore there. We manifest in your life in Jesus' name. Let's go on.
Her name is not April. It's
Yes.
Started processing those last Friday.
Someone keeps going into our party.
Amen. Why do you want to
By Wednesday,
get in your life? Of resurrection power to them. For them to not find them in your life anymore. The second thing we need to understand is this: if you base your life on that message of resurrection, you will have that intelligence.
Hello, listen, Mom, because you're always hiding and then you're embarrassing me. So I'm a team up.
Yes.
No, hello.
Hello? Okay. Huh?
Amen.
What was that?
Because of resurrection,
Probably.
because of the belief in that resurrection, that the God of heaven will send to find the and the third one, God will raise his battery, and the stone was rolled away. That
Maybe that could be
the
it.
enemy has took over your life and said, cannot do it. Let me tell you, what you cannot do by your own self, it is only the resurrection power that can take it down. The Bible said the angel rolled away and sat on it. And I pray that every stone before your blessing, every stone that is blocking you in, so you will not be raised, that your blessing will not come out. God of heaven will roll them away. The angel of God will sit on me. And he sat on it not because he did not have a place to go. He sat on it to ensure that nobody else will roll it back to your life again.
Go back to work.
It is empty. Oh, the door has been opened.
For investors, thanks to the influx of massive
It could just be like a service provider.
central bank
I pray that
actions.
everyone saying which is not going your life. God of heaven
Well, all the little kids are going against me,
and
so I
number
gotta go a
4,
little try hard for a
your
second.
life is based on resurrection.
Hey guys, let me get my loot. No, guys, finish all
There you go, you too.
God was so afraid of it. The people who were saying that you will have,
Brother,
that you will not go anywhere.
like, yo,
Bible said they were so afraid when the power of resurrection came into
It's
manifestation.
unleashed to ensure government has enough funds to combat the pandemic, which includes a $6 billion bond buying program with the Treasury.
What again?
Ruffle up a clubbing
Look at my pants, guys.
Reserved
Look
by
at my feet.
200 basis points at that time. So actually the initial reaction in the market was that maybe that wasn't
That's just the only one that could kill me.
But since then they have shown, they mentioned that there's going to be a buyback. Shows they're willing to do more conventional measures.
Laura also believes at the current 3.25%, the central bank has more wiggle room to cut its policy rate further, while taking the reserve requirement of banks down to 10% or even lower.
Okay,
PSP has been
hold up, let me
activated, and
do a little hub.
inflation did come out and showed that it lowered again.
But rather, it goes up and the Bible said
March was at 2.5%, and it's been steadily lower from where it was in January.
Not going back, why is it holding it?
And the expectation is kind of, as you pointed out, opening investors to be more active.
Te la voy a mandar por
Of the unsuccessful fundraising of the Treasury in the past weeks, which he believes
No, I think I have to add you, because I remember
referring to adjustments traders had to go through.
maybe it'll work.
Most of them started during the first few weeks of the lockdown,
If it doesn't work, then give me your gamer tag.
the Philippines is targeting to source 70 to 72% of its borrowings from domestic investors. This is slightly lower than the usual mix in the previous years, wherein local borrowings were around 75%.
Force me.
More attention to NGOs, saying this increases the chances of being infected with the novel coronavirus. Now, to give us his insights in this campaign to shake the spirit in prisons during this pandemic, we have Professor Raymond Naran from the Southern Illinois University Carbondale. Joining us live via Zoom.
He's
Thank you very much for joining us, Professor Radak. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Andy. Listening to the socket.
Okay.
It's gonna be an anonymous, John. It's just gonna be anonymous. That one's
Basically,
great.
please reform. Now, in this case, there's a huge call for the government to somehow free those who are what we call low
He's an A-ball skin.
inmates.
Well, he's the A-ball skin?
Yep.
Watch, Major, you want to see my sick build?
Let me open my phone.
Oh, did you die?
No, I'm just I'm just standing there. Okay, night. It says it's not bound. Yeah. Do you have another name for that account? Do you have another name for that account?
Let's also read
I think what will have to happen is you add Ashton and then you join the game from there, then I can add you from there. I think that's the only way it'll work.
Yes?
What are you talking
Yes.
about? Most of whom are still alive.
Talking to Steven.
Most of whom are still alive.
Yes.
Still some are holding them.
Yes. Amen. And also it said
Oh, did you kill me?
No. Why would I do that?
Hey guys, let's only kill Paul. Because we're...
Somos dineros, no manches. Montoneros.
It means that our hope is not only in this world. It means that we'll be raised from the dead. When we even if we die, it means we have power over sin and death. It means we have power over Satan and all
Oh my
the name of Jesus Christ is an indicator of raw power that has been every one of us. And in the spirit of him who raised Jesus from the
Just because I kill you doesn't mean I'm gonna team up with you.
He who raised Christ from the dead will also give life to your mortal body because of his spirit.
Oh no, let's just do it normal. Like team up with little kids.
Oh! You just put a suction thing on my back. Yeah, that too.
And your life will be an experience. What you have never thought you can ever experience in this place.
No manches. Para que se te quite. Para que se te quite.
gosh, Leo's a
Let's thank him for that privilege. For the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ, which assures us that our what we are doing today is not in vain. That we are not just standing here in vain. That we know that we are alive, that he is alive, that we know that he wants to be raised, that we know that everything that is said in our life is his power. Let us thank the Lord God for that grace. Father, we just bless your name, we give you praise, we give you glory and honor, O God. Jesus, we just bless your name. Hallelujah, God. Oh Lord, we bless your name. We give you praise, O God. Maeba Shendramo, Magayeba Shendrama, Magayebo Shendramo. We bless your name, O God. Thank you, God. In Jesus' name, we have prayed.
Amen.
Our prayer point is taken from Romans chapter 8, verse 11, where we read last